All right, I think that'll kind of do. That's kind of level. All right, so wanted to put together this little video for the Facebook group. I did this before live back in August when I first got my first Lymow unit. I had to send for a replacement, so I have my old one on the floor here. I'll kind of switch back and forth. This is the new one that just came in, hasn't been used at all yet. Want to go over kind of tune-up kind of checklist of things that I did originally and just see what the differences are with the new unit versus the old unit. The original units had some issues with screws being too loose. They had Loctite on them, but maybe not enough, or they weren't applied correctly. A lot of people had screws that fell out. I think a lot of those problems have been solved, so hopefully, you know, as we go through this, there's not a whole lot to do. Gonna do track tension, so I'm gonna loosen those for sure. They do still come from the factory relatively tight. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna check all the screws, make sure they're nice and tight. If they are loose, I've got some Loctite to put them back on, both blue and red, depending on where the screws are loose. So I want to kind of do a comparison between the old, the new, and just some things that I would do when you first get your Lymow to make sure it runs as smoothly as possible. Like I said, I had a warranty issue with my first unit. For some reason, the back left drive wheel failed. It would try to go, but it would always fail. It could spin freely when there was no power, so nothing was jammed or obstructing it, but it was not able to drive under its own power, either forward or reverse. It would start to go and then stop immediately. So I contacted Lymow 2 months ago. They were, you know, due to high volume, you know, it took about a month and a half. You know, once I got the email through to them back and forth a couple times, just explaining the issue I had, sent them the videos and the logs and things from it, and they agreed pretty much right away to send a replacement. Due to the high demand, though, it took, you know, about a month and a half from middle of November to now end of December. So give me just a minute to get set up. Unfortunately, I wanted to do this live, but the Lymow group, Facebook group now is, I don't know what you call it, but they have to approve posts. So it looks like because they have to approve the post, I can't post the live stream link real time, so no one's going to see this until after, you know, it's completed. I will upload it to YouTube as well. Facebook live videos get taken down after 30 days, but they can live on forever in YouTube. I do have the original teardown I did on YouTube if anybody wants to go back and look. I will warn you, it was 3 hours long. I had never, you know, used the unit. I didn't know anything about it. Now I kind of do. So, you know, I've tinkered with it quite a bit. So I'll put a link to that as well in case anybody wants to go back and compare. I did put timestamps in there, so if there's anything specific we want to go back and see. What else? Also, a couple modifications I had done to my original Lymow, I put the front wheel scrapers on. These were not the ones that Lymow's been sending out. These were scrapers that somebody in the Facebook group had 3D printed for me and shipped out. So I have those, so I'm going to take those off the old unit, put them on the new one, as well as it's like a door draft sweeper. So I've installed this previously on my old Lymow. I have this leftover piece, it's perfect, so I can cut that down to size. I'll put this on and give it a little bit extra mud flat. So that's definitely helped to keep the charging contacts a little cleaner. I think you know, everybody's got to say your mileage is going to vary with that, but it seemed to help me quite a bit when I did that before. And this came at other recommendations from other users in the group. I can't remember exactly who first suggested this specific one, but I'll get the link from Amazon in case anybody wants to get it. Not affiliated or anything like that. So, like I said, give me a second just to get set up. I want to be able to see the stream on my computer here. rolling. Yeah, so the post is pending admin approval, so I'm not able to post this live. But at least I can see it, make sure audio is working. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Oh, my speakers are muted. That would do it. Test 1 2 3. That would do it. Test 1 2 3. Perfect. Okay. So it is kind of a bummer again that we can't do this live. The first time I did this, I was kind of taking questions, and there were other people who had already kind of taken it apart. Like I said, at least this time I've taken apart most of this previously, so I can kind of walk you through in case you need to do anything there. Take a quick look at the notes. So again, we're going to check over for any changes or upgrades compared from the old model to the new one. We're going to check all the screws, make sure they're nice and tight. If they are loose, like I said, we'll put some Loctite on there, either blue or red, depending on which screws they are. We're definitely going to be loosening the tracks. Like I said, they're loose. They're kind of tight from the factory. Unfortunately, I would think by this point, they would start coming looser, but I don't know. I do want to pop the hood off and get inside and check some of the screws that are in here. I know I've seen at least a couple posts where people had loose blade motors and they had screws missing. So I have not taken this off, so that'll be a little bit of a learning experience for us. Like I said, we'll put the front wheel scrapers on, the door draft seal mud flap kind of modification. I do want to get the base station out, so we'll get the base station out. On my original base station, I taped over the moisture sensor, which seemed to work, but I always kind of wondered, like, is the tape just going to fall off? It wasn't on there very good. So what I want to do is remove that. I know some people have removed the moisture sensor completely off the base station, so I want to look to do that, as well as checking the electrical contacts, the spade connectors. So I have my old base, I have the new base, kind of go back and forth and check those out. I haven't done any of those, so that might take me a little bit of time. I'll save those towards the end of the video. And because I might have to pull up, some of the other posts people have made if I can't just figure it out right away. So that's kind of a little rundown what we're going to go over. So first, we're checking to see, what's different about it. And I can tell you for sure, the inner screws, so the inner screws that hold the rear drive wheel on the previous model, they're very small Phillips head screws. They're very difficult to take out, rightly so, but I was able to take, there's 4 on each drive wheel. I was able to take 2 of them out, and really, you didn't want to be able to take those out. So I blue Loctited those, never had an issue with them coming out, but I did have issues with them getting damaged. So a crushed stone would get in the track, lodge itself in the frame, and that screw would rub back and forth across that rock, and there was definitely damage on the top of the screw. So I could see, a case where somebody might have sheared that off, and that could have been part of the problem. I think I did see at least some early posts where people had sheared the screw off and you could see the screw was still in the hole. But then that all leads to the eventual hub failure where it actually cracks apart and opens up. It seems to me, and most other people I think would agree on the group, that a lot of those problems are due to the tracks being so tight. And because they're so tight, they also accumulate debris that gets ground into the front wheel, and the problem is that continues to increase the tension and the tightness on the tracks. So you may be okay when you first get started, but the more buildup you get there, the tighter these tracks get. And some people have had the metal cables that run around, the fine metal strands. I would say they must have popped and then eventually they poke through. A lot of people have had to snip those off. I thankfully had no problems with that. So first thing, let's take a look at, I'm going to power it up, do a little trick that I kind of learned from somebody early on. I don't have the battery in it yet, so I will have to put that in. What I like to do before I work on it is raise the front deck. And that makes it a lot easier to work with the machine on its side when you're looking at the tracks and things. One new thing that I've noticed, when I connect the battery, this guy just powers up instantly. I never had that before. So my old one, you connect the battery and then you'd have to press the power button for 2 seconds for it to turn on. Now, I didn't press the power button. As soon as I connected the battery, it's powering right up. So we'll wait for that to come up. We'll raise the deck up.
Hello, let's get mowing.
Let's get mowing. So, alright, I got my 3 dots here. I'll kind of bring you back and forth so you can look at, what I'm seeing. I'm going to press and hold the plus button until it starts to raise the deck. Okay, that's good. So like I said, I have not used this thing yet. I drove it, I think, about 1 foot in the driveway just to make sure. I opened my garage door and there was some water on it that dripped down, so it was sitting right here. But otherwise it hasn't even touched the grass yet. One thing I would recommend when you're working on these, working on the tracks, get yourself one of these stools or a 5-gallon bucket or anything you can prop it up on, where basically the belly of the Lymow will be sitting on the stool and the tracks are kind of hanging off the sides. Move that forward a little bit. And what that lets you do is it lets you run the tracks, without the thing running away from you. And you can, check for, any problems. The blades still feel relatively dull. I don't think these are the sharpened ones. I know some people the newer ones are supposed to come with like a yellow sticker on them. I mean, I would not want to run my finger. Yeah, they're sharper than they were before. But I'm not gonna mess with those. Check your blades too, just to make sure they're on right. Some people have had problems with them coming from the factory. Either they got stamped incorrectly, but you should have on this side, I don't know if you can see it, 2 triangles. And this side, it's got a triangle and a circle. So the left and the right. The part of the blade that would be down, right? So if the deck is down, there's 2 parts to the blade. The part that's closest to the grass should be the sharp side. These blades actually have arrows showing the rotation. They spin towards the center on both sides. So it's counterclockwise on this would be the mower's left side. So the left blade motor spins counterclockwise. The right blade side spins clockwise. So they both spin from the top towards the center and then towards the side discharge chutes. So that is another thing I meant to mention. We're going to remove those. You know what? I'm going to do that now. So we'll remove these. We're going to remove the guard. I haven't found a reason to use them. And we'll see about this. There's a screw here. So we may lose the mud flap when we do that, but that's okay. I think on my other one I reinstalled it using zip ties. We'll see how we want to do that on this one. So to remove these, so right now it's in mulching mode. So most of the grass that's going to be cut is going to stay inside the well. We're going to remove these. It's a couple screws. Screw down here, screw here. That's going to pop those out. And then these side guards is another, I think, 3 screws. And with those out, you're much better off and won't have anywhere near as much clogging of grass getting stuck in here with the side guards out. Obviously, I think it's a safety thing. Without the side guards here, you could put your hand in there. Obviously, don't do that. One thing I'm going to do now that I've got the deck up, we're just going to power it off. Pull the battery out. I really should have done that before I started touching blades and things. Okay, battery's up. So there's a screw here. I thought there were 3 screws. Maybe it's just 2. There's one right there. There's one down here. This also secures the mud flap. So, the existing mud flap. And then, it's a bit of a, it doesn't feel like it wants to come out. It's kind of stuck in there. There is a piece that goes up under the motor disc, but you just kind of pull on it, it'll eventually come out. So I'll set this off to the side. What I like to do is put the screw back in it. So if I do want to put those back in, I'll set those to the side and have that ready to go. Looks like there is a screw in here that's got some epoxy on it. I definitely don't recall seeing that. So that's a permanent screw that's not supposed to come out. The side guard, I think it's just these 3 screws. So that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 screws on the side guard. Not to lose these. Never going to use it again. Some people had recommended putting the screws back in. I guess I will. Just so they don't fill up with debris and junk. In case I ever do want to put it back on. I'm not sure if that secures anything, and on my previous model I did not put these back in. But any nook and cranny and hole left in this thing is gonna get filled with dirt and debris, so maybe I'll do this. I'm not gonna Loctite them or anything. If they fall out, they fall out. These are pretty standard screw. If I really need one, if I can find one. this was the inner one. I don't know. I'm going to put it in. Just in case I do want to go back to mulching that. So I did switch back and forth on my previous one. I don't want to like over tighten it. That seems good. Alright, so I'd say that's good to go. This, I mean it's marking my fingernail, my thumbnail, so I guess it's semi-sharp. For now, the only thing I'm going to be cutting is leaves, small twigs and things that come down, so I'm not going to be too worried about how sharp it is. In the spring, I'll probably sharpen them. I've got quite a few sets of blades now that I had ordered. I had the super swing blades. I was not impressed with their cutting ability. I do have a lot of branches and things that come down in the yard, sticks and rocks and kids' toys that get left out that I don't necessarily want to hit with these. You know, the fixed blade. I was hoping that the swing blades would work better, but I had some more problems where I was getting blades stopping while it was driving. It would stop, but it would keep going, and then eventually come back on. I never had that problem before I did the super swing blades. I know others have, but that was the first time I ever had it, was after I put those on. I felt these mulching blades have a lot more angle and like lift to them. So I think they have a lot more suction power to suck up the leaves. So the configuration I was in was super swing blades. I had put the mulching guard back in so it wouldn't discharge out the side. And I didn't get anywhere near the mulching capability for leaves that I was getting with just this setup. You know, open shoot, not the mulching with these. I think what I was doing is I would run the mower in a checkerboard or chessboard setting, so it would cut the lawn twice. And that second time that it would go through, they would chop up the leaves pretty well. So I'm going to stick with it like this for now. The rest of these out. The screws to a lot of these things are different. So that's like a countersink screw that sits flush inside there. The screws for the mud guard. I don't know the type, but it has the kind of rounded top screw. So just you know, as you're taking these things apart, just make sure you're kind of keeping track of what kind of screw went where. A lot of the screws are the same, so it depends what it's screwing into. These kind of screws right here seem to be plastic to plastic, where they're screwing into. But even those that's a shorter screw than the bigger one. This piece out. There we go. And the longest screw here was the one that goes on the bottom. So unfortunately, I thought somebody said something changed here. You might be able to use a screw or like a nut and a bolt to hold this on, but when you take the screws off of here, which hold on this inner piece, There is another piece that Lymow gives you to put in here, which is like a half piece. So it will let the grass out, but I think it's there to help it kind of do a little bit of mulching before it shoots it out. Unfortunately, I think with that piece there, it inherently makes it get clogged. If you keep it in this configuration where the side guard's off, this is out, I mean, everything just clears out. It's like spotless in there. You know, I'll show you on the other one. But when you don't put the other side, you know, kind of half guard in, you don't put the screw back in because there's nothing to screw it into. It actually screws into that piece. But those two screws, one on either side, that's what holds the original mud flap on. So without it, you got to get a little creative. Some people, I think I said, they put like a nut and a bolt on it. My last model, I used zip ties. So there was a zip tie around here, and I know at least a few people have done that. So what I'm going to do is later when I put the mud flap on, you know, it's got a peel and stick, ultra sticky, you know, piece here. I'll stick it, you know, sticking it right on here. You only need it to be as wide as the charging contacts are. But basically just right to the ends of those notches. So I'll peel and stick that on there, and then what I did is I took the mud flap and, you know, kind of sandwiched it to give it a little more strength, and then went through that with the zip ties to help hold it on. And then you can kind of trim this to length, depending on the deck height. Usually when it's charging, the deck is all the way up, which means this stays out of the way of the charging contacts. If the deck is low, then this would get run over and be inside the, you know, between the contact and the charging pad. So you got to kind of play with that a little bit. The last one, I think I did a little long, but I'll measure that one before we, you know, put this one back on. So for now, we'll set aside the other mud flap and this. We'll come back to that later. I am noticing that Lymow put some white paint marks on it, so they could see that these were properly torqued down and haven't rotated, so I can see it's lined up there. I'm not going to touch those. You know, I've taken these on and off quite a few times on the other unit. We'll see, you know, how these look. Like I said, there is the inside here. This screw has also got the kind of epoxy on it. So it seems like they've made some improvements. I definitely didn't have that before. I do want to, oh yeah, I am going to put these screws back in just so I don't lose them. And then we'll get this guy on its side to work on the tracks. Not sure why this one's being difficult. We'll just double check and make sure I have the right screw. And I just, I don't know, I must have been cross-threaded or something. That's why now. These screws are definitely going in the plastic, so be kind of careful not to over tighten. last one. Yeah. 4 screws for the side guard. Okay. So, I'm going to work on the tracks next. You know, I don't think I'm even going to set it on its side. I'll probably just turn it towards you so you can see it. And this is kind of the benefit of doing it up on the stool, because it's a little easier to work on that way. We'll see. I might need to put it down, but that looks fine. So these side plates, they've got some grip tabs right here. If you feel your hand in here, you'll feel there's one here and there's one here. So it's kind of between my fingers here and here. That's the only place to release them. Don't be trying to pull from here. These are soft rubber and they're just glued onto the plate that sticks on. So if you try and pull from anywhere else, you can rip it off. I started to do that on my other one before I figured it out. You want to find the pull tabs and then you just kind of torque it out that way. And you do both at the same time. And it comes right off. So like I said, the grip tabs are here. So when it's on there, you just kind of reach in across, grabbing, and this is plastic, so it has some flex to it. So you kind of flex it and it comes off. And then there's these 4 kind of teeth that grab onto the metal bar when you go to put it back on. There is this circular ring on each side, so that goes in here and here. So you just kind of, when you go to put it back on, you know, I kind of go like this, grip it on from the bottom, line up the hole from there, line up the hole from there. When you get it close, kind of like wiggle it back and forth until you feel those pop in, and then secure those tabs on. So, a little tip there. It is marked L for left. And then for those that aren't aware, the robot's left and right is determined from standing behind it. So this is the left. This is the right. If you're standing in front of it, it feels like it's backwards, but you know, parts are labeled that way. That's how you do it. So, so there are definitely some differences in here. I see just the screws, and yeah, there's a plastic. There's kind of a washer inside there. Let me take you over, and we can take a bit closer look. Plug the power. So inside here, this screw here, there's like a little black washer on it. Don't know if it's metal. Those were plastic before, and they kind of got all gummed up and came apart when you tried to take that off. Some people will, you know, I'll probably take that off to install the wheel scraper. Makes it a little easier, and I think I can get at both of them. without too much trouble, without even taking this off. Otherwise, you can take off these 4 screws very easily. This metal panel comes off and you're left with the metal bracket there. A lot of people have taken that off completely. I did that for a while. But what I found was without the side guard on and the cover, debris would get stuck in here, ride the track, and get stuck in the rear wheel, preventing the mower from going. It would try and try and try and try, and then eventually stop. Crushed stone was the worst. It would get in here. I don't know if you can see all the way through. Yeah, into the back, inside the frame here, there's some recessed pockets. I was getting rocks stuck in there, but wedged behind the wheel. So the only way to get the stuff out was to loosen the tracks completely, take the track off, move the wheel, and then a rock fell out. I was like, okay, maybe that was my problem. So anyway, like I said, I run with the side guards on. Even with the side guards on, it's still possible to pick up a crushed stone or something like that. But I didn't get the, sticks. Like the size of my thumb would just lay across the track and just wedge themselves between the teeth. And that kind of killed the mower for a little bit. Every time that happened, I thought, oh man, it's dead for sure. So first things first, we're going to do the track tension. Doing the tension, Lymow's recommendation is to remove the bottom plate. So if you flip this over, this is where it really comes in handy to have your deck up, before you power it off. It makes it a lot easier to flip the mower over, leave it on its side. It's not, balancing precariously. But what I've found is that's a waste of time. You can do it. There is access to these. So there are 4 Torx head, screw bolts, whatever you call them, that are in here. These are painted as well. I did have that on my previous one. So there's a paint mark on the metal as well as on the screw. So you can look in here and see that it wasn't, it didn't loosen up. Once you tighten it back up, I don't know if it provides a lot of value. I mean, the washer will spin around, so you won't know exactly where it was. The screw, I don't know, maybe you get it back to lined up properly. But I'm not going to worry too much about that. So basically what you're going to do is you're going to loosen these up. Not all the way. You're basically freeing, I call this the track tension locking plate. So once you loosen these 4 screws, this plate will come free. It'll loosen out, it'll, have some slack to it. And then you come around here and inside, you need an Allen key or big Torx bit, and you tighten or loosen this screw here. You can loosen this all the way out and then push with your thumb right on the screw to push that, and that'll push the whole drive wheel forward. And once that's done, the track is completely loose. That's how you would get the track off completely. I'm not going to take it all the way off. Like I said, these are pretty tight from the factory. I would say they are a good deal looser than my first unit when I got it. But when I push down on this, I aim with a moderate amount of force for the track to touch this metal here and here and the back track. That's my goal. I should be able to grab this and squeeze it quite a bit more. So I'm going to work on that next. So we'll do that now. So I've used a ratchet before in the rear compartment to open the, I'm going to try it with just a screwdriver if I have the right bits. I'm just got a new set, so I'm not entirely sure if I do. New set for Christmas. Oh yeah, I got all these over here. Oops. These were weight, so you know which size. Guess I'll bring it back over here. Huh, it's quite a bit bigger. Sorry, kind of using you as a flashlight too. That's a little smaller. Yeah, looks like it'll work. So, let's see. See if I can do it with a screwdriver by hand. So previously I've used a ratchet to do this, which I'll do that next if I need to. But I think it's easy to over tighten it with a ratchet. Yeah, so I can easily do this with a screwdriver. That's pretty loose. Definitely does help to have the ratcheting screwdriver. That one's quite a bit tighter. And it is tricky to work in this small kind of compartment. But there's something like 20 screws on the bottom, and I had put Loctite on those on my original, and just really didn't ever feel like this one that was stuck. Yeah, you know, dealing with that. Once you unscrew the Loctite, I mean, you got to do it again. So, oh, that one's on there. It's turning. Kind of difficult one-handed. Alright, that should work. One thing I did learn in some other people's videos was to always tighten, I want to say it was these two back ones. Tighten the back ones first, and then tighten up these. Not sure why, but it did seem to make a difference with how the wheel motor was secured. So if you look down kind of inside, it's a little hard to see. Those 4 screws actually is what secures this to the base through the center part. So with those loose, I should be able to now loosen up that guy. Don't remember which bit that is. I don't think any of these are big enough, so I got to use my actual ratchet for that. Actually, easy Yankee. I think these, one of these will work. I want to say it was a, I don't even know. Let's try the 8. That 8's way too big. 6. I'm gonna set you down for a second. Looks like it works. So number 6, 6 millimeter. Yeah, wrench. So feel free to loosen this all the way up. As far as I know, it won't fall out or anything. I've loosened it quite a bit before. You know, I used to, I think the first time I did this, I counted how many times I turned it. It doesn't matter. I mean, you're going to tighten it until it feels tight. Somebody, Mean Mechanic, I think, somebody else, maybe in the unofficial Lymow guide. I have to check with Dan. I think it's in there. The torque specs that people have kind of found work for these. But I'm going to over loosen it just to show kind of what it looks like. So you can get quite a bit of it to come out. I just want to show you what that looks like. Probably don't need to come any further than that. I want to say I've gone all the way and it just stops. Like, I don't think it actually falls out. So now, what I like to do, especially once you've used this for a while, it's not going to move as freely as it will right now, but I just kind of grab this piece here with my thumb and you can push that all the way in. And what that did is it slid the wheel forward. So you don't have to remove the metal plates to do anything with your tracks. This wheel now has quite a bit more lube on it than before. I get it all over my fingers. I'll go ahead and put you back up here. Get a rag from my fingers. So the wheel will move now quite a bit. See, it's not centered on that. So you can push it from here. Just careful because it's on my stool, which is a little slippery. Like I said, where you can really just kind of push that screw in and you can see the whole wheel moves. So now the tracks are obviously very loose. This is what you would do if you wanted to get the tracks off. Even with it as loose as it goes, the tracks aren't easy to get off. You can kind of spin them and like walk it off. Like I said, I'm not going to take them off this time. But let's get them to where we want them. So like I said, my kind of measurement is when I push down, you know, I aim to be able to touch that. Obviously way too loose. So now as I tighten it back up, we'll kind of see where it lands. One thing I found, even as I tighten this, and I get this kind of where I want it, once I tighten the inside 4 screws on that tension locking plate, it actually adds a little bit more tension. So I want to be a little bit looser than what I want, because it's going to get a little tighter. But I want to leave the track a little bit looser than when I tighten up those 4 screws. Still, obviously, really loose. Getting closer. The other thing is there's the black frame of the body, right where the track tension screw is. If I can kind of touch that, then I know I'm good. I would say I'm still, you know what, I think I'm going to leave it right there. It's pretty easy for me to, I think you guys can see that okay. I'll get a little closer. I know there's always lots of questions about how tight to make these things. There's the black frame in the back. My pointer. Right there, you can see it. There's the black frame on the back that's right next to the body. If I can push the track, I'm going to twist it a little bit so you can see it, but if I can push the track down and make easy contact with that, I'm looking pretty good. I can bend it all the way down and, you know, the teeth are touching the metal. If I were to squeeze it, but this is what a lot of us run our tracks at. It improves the battery life. There's a lot less strain on the motor for it to drive. I think some people have said it improves traction on hills. I don't really have problems with that, so I can't comment too much on it. Just having a little bit more slack gives you more grip. You know, it's like deflating your tires in your car a little bit, so they can mold better to the ground. But the main thing is it preserves the life of the rear drive wheel. If the tracks are too tight, like I said, it seems like the tighter the tracks, the more debris and buildup you'll get all over the front wheel. And if this gets caked, it continues to cake and continues to cake, and it continues to tighten your tracks and continues to put more strain on the back. So it seems like a lot of us had problems with that early on. Hopefully with the wheel scrapers, I know Lymow is sending out wheel scrapers or brushes. I think if you ask for it, I thought I saw in a post eventually they're going to send them to everybody. For now, like I said, I have the old ones, so I think I'm going to put the old one on. Might as well do that now. Yeah. Let's go ahead and pop this whole side piece off so that I can get at this bracket and make it easier to install. I think I installed it last time. I took the side panel off. I left the inside bracket on. I should have then need to take the track off if I do that. It's a little bit more than I want to do, so I'm going to do it like this. I should just have to take those 4 screws out and pop them back in after. So hopefully, I showed you the screws. I don't think you need to get in too ultra close to see this. Oh, that's not very tight. Now, I never Loctited these on my other one. They never fell out. The bottom screw has a little washer on it, which I kind of always wondered why they didn't have that before. They had a little plastic piece that didn't. Oh, maybe this has Loctite on it. That one's in there pretty good. Let me try my other bit. Make sure I'm not using that one. this one. It felt like it was going to strip a little bit on the head, so no way. That bit's not going to fit at all. Now I'm going to strip that if I do that. I think there's lactite on it. This one's coming. Man, that's really in there. This one's at least turning. Wow. Well, maybe that was a bad idea. It just broke the head right off that screw. Huh. Alright, well that's not a good idea. That's a bummer. Well, it's not what I wanted to see happen, but you know, learn from my mistakes, I guess. So, yeah, that screw. That just sheared the head right off. And there, focused. So it left the screw in there. So that's got to have some Loctite on there. Maybe it's got red Loctite. I don't know. The blue Loctite should loosen up. And the other screw back in there, it was starting to damage the head of the screw. So didn't have the problem on the bottom too. So maybe I'm not taking that off. I don't want to damage it. Let me tighten those back up. I'll take the track off, I guess. Do it that way. Not overly concerned. Three out of 4 screws, I mean, that's going to be on there pretty good. I don't know, it's either that or I have to drill that screw out. That's not something I'm looking to do. Not today, anyway. Alright, so now we're taking the track off. So, I'm going to loosen this all the way up again. All the way. Taking the track off for sure is easier when you have the deck up. Otherwise the deck will be like touching the track when it's loose. And it's pretty difficult to get off. I'm going to take this all the way as far as it goes. And once you slide it forward, so I'm pushing on this, pushing and screwing. The wheel is as far forward as it goes. I'm not going to continue to take that screw out. I'm not sure if it's going to come all the way out, but I think I do remember getting to this point. If I can't push it forward anymore, the wheel's, you know, it's as far forward as it'll go. So now, with it as loose as it gets, you can kind of get some play. I want to say I've done it on the front wheel. Kind of get it sideways, and then just walk it off. So, as far as I know, there's no front or back or inside or outside, but I always try and put them back on the same way. I'm just going to set this aside, you know, in this orientation, so I can put it back on facing the same way. All right. So you can see a little bit better in here now what we're dealing with. Right now the wheel's nice and smooth. The wheel scraper I'm going to put on it attaches through these 4 holes, and it's a flexible, I forgot what kind of TPU material that it's 3D printed out of, but it lets it flex up and down as the wheel goes forward or reverse, and just kind of keeps it looking clean. Everything else looks the same in here. You can see, you know, I started to strip the head out of that one, and then this was the screw that bit the dust. So, okay. I guess while I got you here, the other thing I wanted to show you that's different is this inside wheel hub. So the inside wheel hub, there's a metal ring on the back. These are the 4 small Phillips head screws. 1, 2, 3, 4. That have some type of epoxy welded or whatever JB weld over the top of them. So the idea is those should never be able to back out, and hopefully I don't have a wheel failure. The previous model did not have that, or not model, but previous build version. That was the original from Kickstarter, the original batch, first 2000 or so. Okay, so let me remove my old Lymow scraper. Should just have to snip the... Well, I guess let me show you what I was trying to do. So if I do it on this one, I can show you the whole bracket as it comes off. Yeah, and you know what? There's even Loctite on these screws. But the amount of screws that I pulled out of this first unit that had Loctite on them, but they were loose. They were never even tightened. You know, it just makes you wonder if there was something wrong with the application process or what. I will go, we haven't done the side hub screws yet. Kind of got sidetracked. a wheel scraper, but okay. I dropped that screw, so I'll have to come back to that. But this is what I was trying to do. This is the old Lymow, essentially. Pulled that off. Those 4 screws were nothing to get out. But this is the front scraper. So it kind of flexes up and down and cleans the wheel off. So we're going to do the same thing with this guy. If I could have got that off, I could have just put the whole, I could have swapped them 1 to 1. Okay. There is, if you do get this model, there is a proper orientation. The blade should be on the lower half and the upper half. It's not centered on this piece. Like I said, it's this flexible TPU, and you just slip a couple zip ties through the holes, match them up here, and that's pretty much it. Should be relatively low, and as the wheel spins, it should engage. They did recommend putting like a little shim or something on the back. I might do that, make it a little bit tighter so it's more engaged. Let's see if the zip ties I have over here are the right ones. Oh, would you look at that? So, looks like the live stream must have gone live. I can see you guys are making comments now, so they must have approved it. Okay, cool. Good to have you guys here. Is this to loosen the tracks? Yeah, we already loosened and popped them off. I think you probably saw that. Man spent all that money on a roller motor to fix it before even using it. A motion for life. Okay. Well, nothing ever goes wrong with those either, right? This was a, early production unit, my first one. So there was definitely some quality control issues. I think Lymow's fixed a lot of those. I'm doing this as kind of a once over for peace of mind that, finding, certainly they've addressed some of the Loctite issues. Screws are tighter than they were before. If they used red Loctite, you'd have to use heat to release it. They could have put that on there. You're not really supposed to take that off, what I was trying to take off. So, yeah, I broke that screw. What are you going to do? So, let me know, guys, in the comments if there was anything else that you wanted to see specifically, but right now I'm doing the front wheel, and then we'll get the track back on, tighten it back up. Yes, in the USA, but let's see. And Jonathan, just does seem odd that they ship out of the factory broken. I don't think it's broken. Like I said, I haven't used this one. I'm doing a kind of once over on it for peace of mind. I would rather do this than run into a problem with it and need to get it replaced, a second time, right? So, I had a lot of good success with it, 2 or 3 months prior to the wheel hub failed. And Lymow wants it back so they can take a look at it and try and see what happens. These zip ties might be too big. Let's see. Oh, these are perfect. So these are pretty big, heavy duty ones. I just need to find a little piece of material to put that there. I'm not quite ready to buy one just yet. Can I talk to you on the phone? I really want one, just a few more questions. Maybe at some point. Obviously I'm doing this for a little bit. We could probably do a Facebook call or something. That wouldn't be giving out the actual number. What can I use? I'm just looking for something over on my workbench area to act as a shim to push out the wheel scraper. Don't really want wood. It's gonna get wet. Gross. Plastic. It's foam material. That's probably enough. Alright, coming back. But to answer your question, Bob, yeah, so we're going to go through a few things. Tightening the tracks. Beginning of the video, I took off the guards. The side guards, the mulching guard. We kind of went over, we're going to put a mud flap on here too. I'm just going to put this piece on front. Alright, yeah, I'll reach out, like I said, probably after we're done here, with the live stream. So I got some kind of foam padding insulation. I'm just going to stick it on the back of that. Give it a little more thickness. I just need to grab a pair of scissors and be ready. Right back. Okay. As far as these units, I mean, I haven't had any other robot lawnmowers, so I can't totally compare. I looked at the motion, whatever Lubas and things. I like the idea of these tank tracks. This thing really is a beast. And the mower blades. I mean, the fact that you can run a whole season on a pair of mower blades and not be trying to mess around with razor blades and changing those all the time. I hit sticks, I hit rocks with these things. They're mower blades. You can sharpen them again, continue to use them. Alright, so all I did with that, I just added a little more padding here. So, oh yeah, that's going to be a lot more engaging. I'll flip the camera over so you can see what that looks like. So it's just being held in place by friction here, but as the wheel turns, I don't think I can do this one-handed. You get the idea. This flexes up as the wheel, so when this drives forward, that wheel is spinning like that, and this guy is going to stay in contact with the wheel and clean off any dirt and debris that gets stuck on there. So let me just zip tie that on. We'll get the track back on. And the other screws that I really want to check here These are the guys that the initial units we had problems with screws falling out. So we're going to give those a test to see if those are in there nice and good this time. I have heard good things, so I believe they are, but I like to test those things out for myself. Key is to have the smaller side down. I think I went around the bottom before. Just gonna take a look at the old one real quick. On the other side. I went around the bottom and through the top wall. I'll get this situated and then bring the camera back over. Oh yeah, it's got a lot more grip to it. Well, there is a lot more lube, silicone lube, whatever they're using. I'm not getting all of the things. What are you gonna do? Closer now. Actually, comments. Okay. So, wheel scraper, zip ties. I kind of mount it so it's kind of flush with the bottom of the metal. And it's hard to see through there, but you know, as the wheel spins, that's going to wear down a bit too, the TPU material. As it goes in reverse, I think it's supposed to like the wheel is supposed to flop down, but you know what, I'm not too concerned with that. It stays like that, it'll work just fine. So that's what we're looking for. Let me just clean this up, snip the excess off. We'll check those screws, get the tracks back on, and then maybe I'll just move on to the mud flap. Since this will just be the same thing over again on the other side. Get that as tight as we can. Okay. So that sounded pretty good. So next thing I want to check these screws. So I don't think I'm going to have to take those out. Pretty sure this problem's been addressed. But I'm going to check, like I said, anyway. Pretty sure this is a different Torx bit than the inside. Yeah, it is a small one. T20, I think that'll do it. No, still too big. Still too big. That's a 20. T15, let's try that one. And then for reference, the inside track tension plate was a T25. So, alright, let's try these. This is T15. Yeah, that's what I need. And of course the wheel wants to spin when I do this. Let's see. Oh yeah, it's definitely not loose. Give it back. Stuck. So that one's not loose. I'm going to wager that these are all nice and tight. So that's great to see. Lymow has definitely learned from that mistake. These have paint on them. Yeah, I can't get those to budge. So again, that's what I was hoping to see. Early models or early production runs, these came out no problem. You know, I'm wondering if this is to T15. I don't know if there's something between the 15 and the 20. I might not have it. That just feels like it wants to strip it. Try an actual Allen wrench. No, even so, it seems like those aren't gonna come out. If they could come out, these are the ones I was gonna put red Loctite on. Maybe they've already done. I know Lymow has made the recommendation to people previously to use red Loctite on these. So I'm gonna assume that that's all good. So I'm not gonna go any further. I don't want to break another head off another screw. So, while I have this open, you can see a little bit better just how well the wheel moves. So it's moving back and forth pretty far. And like I said, this is the tensioner screw to tighten that down. As I was kind of saying before, let me bring you over for this. The inside screws, those four, when those are tight, it cinches up the wheel. So right now the wheel has an awful lot of play to it. You know, the whole mechanism is very loose. So obviously you're not going to want to forget to tighten those. Once you tighten that down, this is rock solid. You know, it can't move. But if it's not tightened down, so like I said, the recommendation to me and what I've always done is tighten the two inner, the two all the way to the center the most, and then the two outer after that. And I want to say that had something to do with how this sits. So if your wheel's not sitting flush, or it's bent in an angle, you'll get the weird clicking noises. You get the track is rubbing, you know, those kinds of things. So, anyways, screws are good. I think we're doing tracks back on. Track back on is not always fun, but you kind of get it to this point, and then you just kind of try and make it up. It's a lot easier when this is up. I think the last time I forgot to put the deck up, and the problem is the deck will sit right here, and it gets in your way where you just can't sneak through. So that's on there nice and good. Now we'll just tighten this up. Get back to the tightness that we want to see. And you can see as I tighten it, this wheel is being brought back. Steep enough. That's pretty close to what I'm looking for. Like I said before, I'm pushing down. The teeth here are making contact with that metal. The side of the track can kind of comfortably touch the black frame. And that's pretty loose. So I'm going to start there. You know, I'm going to give it a quarter turn less. And we'll see what happens as I tighten the inside screws. That's going to tighten up a little bit more. So this was the T25. Yeah. I am going to start with the back one, so I'm just going to get these a little bit closer to. All right. So what I found with this as well, like I said, I was doing this with a ratchet before, and the ratchet gives you a lot more strength. Obviously, because the whole, you know, length of the lever and everything. But what I think happened is I tightened it too much. And that made a bit of a difference. Where I was getting more of that kind of clicking noise came back a little bit. pretty tight there. This new screwdriver is quite a bit easier to work with. I mess with my tracks a lot. On the first unit, like I said, this saves a lot of time not removing all the bottom screws. But my old screwdriver was like a hard plastic, and my hands would be torn up doing this. Highly recommend getting yourself a good ratcheting screwdriver. And I don't have specs or torque meter or anything. Going based on feel, but that feels good. So, let's see. Let me get this closer. That's better. Oh, yeah. See, that's what I was afraid of. These are tighter than I want them. So I need to go even looser. I want those looser. So a little bit of trial and error here. But you saw the kind of difference when these inside track tension plates screws were loose. It made a little bit of a difference there. So start a little bit looser than you're looking for, and it'll tighten up the rest of the way as you get to those. I can't see what I'm doing now. Last one. So I did that hand tight, and of course now it's tighter than I can do. I'll undo. And part of this is because I did not remove the bottom plate, but I'd still rather do this. Alright, so I need to get my ratchet out just to loosen that touch. Hey Jimmy, yeah, would listen to more than that. I don't know. I've had a lot more success with them looser than they are. But I was just kind of demonstrating that when you tighten up those inside screws, they tighten up quite a bit more. So I just want to loosen them a little bit and then move on. I'd much rather run these on the looser side than the tighter side, that's for sure. The good news is on this replacement mower, I don't know when you got here, I haven't found any loose screws. So first time we did this, there was quite a few. Happy to report though, when after I tightened the screws and put Loctite all over them, I never had a problem with a loose screw, ever again. So it was definitely, a quality control issue as the first units were coming off the line, which I think is to be kind of expected because they definitely worked out the kinks. There's a lot more weld spots on screws that aren't supposed to come out, and I think that's all positive. So all right, so you can see I haven't changed the track tension bolt at all. Quite a bit looser now. So this is where I really want it to be. So I'm gonna go, and obviously this is up to everybody, what they feel comfortable with. I'm going a little looser. Okay, knowing that as I tighten these inside screws again, they're going to get quite a bit tighter again. So again, starting with the inside. And again, just going hand tight with the screwdriver here. What I found with track tightness is if you go too loose, because I did experiment with going too loose, the deck starts to make contact with the track when it's in its kind of lowest position. And you'll start getting that kind of clicking noise again. So you get the clicking noise if they're too tight, but then you'll also get a kind of clicking noise if they're too loose. Obviously, if you go that far, you've gone too far for sure. So, still pretty loose. And it gets to kind of be a balancing game of how loose you want it before you tighten these inside screws. Because it's kind of hard to go back and forth. And I think it was Jared that recommended the door draft kind of guard flap originally. So good to see you here. We're going to put the same one. I think you linked it at one point, and I got that one. I've been ran that on my original unit. Seemed to work really good. So we're going to put that on here, we can do that next. So you guys don't really need to see me working on the other track. I'm just going to do the same thing over again. I'm going to pop the track off, get the mud flap, sorry, the wheel scrapers installed. So again, to put this back on, you got these 4 teeth. I'll hold it the right way up. 1, 2, 3, 4. They grip on the bottom of this metal. So you're going to start by engaging those and then flip this up, and you're going to hold these tabs to kind of rock them back and let them connect. Looks to be quite a bit more glue and stuff in here too, which I don't know if that's changed, but good to see it. Like I said, on my original one, I didn't know that those tabs were there. I was peeling from here and I separated it a little bit. Didn't make a difference, but... So again, I'm going to line up these wheels, this circle with that circle, and there's kind of a grip on the front that's going to come around here and around the back. So you kind of, if you're off, it's not going to go in, but once you get it right, it just clicks back on. So now it's on the bottom, and that's it. Whoops, maybe I missed. And I'll tell you, there's nothing like the smell of a new Lymow. Just the rubber and everything. Oh, that's it. Click it. Click it. So, from the side, I mean, I make contact with these. Now, when the mower's on the ground, it's, you know, it's going to sit up a little bit more like that. That's how I like to run mine. So, let's spin this around and see about this mud flap. Just double check my list of things I wanted to do. Alright, we checked the changes, upgrades. Screw tightness looks good everywhere. Loosen the tracks. I do want to pop the hood. We'll do that last. And whatever we want to do with the base station. So the mud flaps. Let me see. I can bring it down, show you my original unit. And what that looks like and how it was attached. One thing to note, obviously I don't have this powered up. A lot of people don't realize you can raise this back up. You just have to find the metal circle and push down on it. And when you push down, it kind of releases the lever and that lets you lift it up. So I'm going to lift that up. The problem is it doesn't stay up. Push that down. So I got this mud flap here, and I did have the mulching guards back in, so I was able to screw this in. I'm going to keep that off, like I said, so I'll just have a zip tie around through that same screw hole to kind of hold the mud flap in place. The all the way up. Original mud flap is there, and that's the screw that I'm talking about, one on either side. So I'll take that screw out and just have a kind of zip tie that goes around it. Some people, like I said, have put a screw through or like a nut and a bolt. That's another way to do it. In case you hadn't seen the super swing blades, these are them. Like I said, I think the jury's out on these. I'm going to let some more people test those out, but I feel like I got much better mulching capability out of the actual blades that come pre-installed. These just don't have anywhere near the same amount of lift, which is going to create that suction to pull the leaves up and in. So even with the mulching guard on, using the super swing blades just didn't really work that good. This is again just for specifically mulching leaves. Grass quality cut, you know, most likely is good. But I was using this towards the end of the season in the fall and didn't really get to test out the grass cutting capability once I got those. So I'll come back over here. Turn this guy around. Man, even without the battery in here, this thing's still a beast. Okay. So, mud flap. Graph stop extension thing. And got scissors here. Okay. So again, like I was saying, this is the existing factory mud flap. There's two screw holes that I've taken the screws out, but this is pretty rigid. It has like a rigid, I don't know if it's metal. I don't think it's metal. Plastic plate, but that's going to help. As long as I secure it here and here, that's going to help to keep this stuck on. So when I peel the red stripe off and stick this on, it's going to stick pretty good. But I don't know, it's just like sticky glue. Like eventually it's going to probably sag there. At least with this guy sandwiching it in, it'll help to hold it in place. So that's what I did with my other one. I am going to grab my tape measure and just measure, you know, how far off I came with the first one, just to try to get in the same ballpark. I think I had it a little long, and I had some problems with the charging contacts. Even with the deck in its highest position, the mud flap was still interfering with the charging contacts if, you know, I didn't trim it down a little bit. So I'm just trying to avoid having to do that again. So on my previous unit, let's go from the base to there. It's about an 1.75 inches seems to be. 1.75 inches is probably a little long. Inch and maybe 5/8 is probably what we're going with. Yeah, we'll do that. 1 and 5/8. So, when I'm saying 1 and 5/8, I'm talking about 1 and 5/8 from this plate to the bottom of the mud flap. So inch 5/8 to right about there. So I had cheated this down when I did this last time to be closer to the bottom. I thought I wanted this as long as I could get it. Like I said, then I had to cut a lot more off the bottom. This is all pretty smooth, so I don't, as long as I don't block the air intake vents, it'll go good. So that's about good. Inch. Inch and a half, inch and 5/8. So right about there. Of course, I don't have my pencil. Now, we'll just eyeball it. Is that about that groove? Okay. So I do want to cut this to length. Like I said, it doesn't really need to be any wider than the charging contacts themselves. But I do need to make it wide enough so that it at least comes to that screw hole. I'll probably just make it the same width as the original. Yeah, seems about right. So it's inside the track. I'll come in here. I'll just cut it size this way. Oh, how do I cut that smaller than I wanted to? Or maybe I cut the other piece. There we go. All right, that's about right. Just gonna grab pencil. Mark this off. So I was looking for about 1 inch and 5/8. Okay. So I got this about 1 inch and 5/8, couple marks here. We'll set this up here and that should be good. I played around with this depth quite a bit when I installed the first one. To get it as close as possible. So when this thing goes up on the charging contacts, it's almost like even the first press, it doesn't quite get there, and then you'll see it'll actually engage its bumper to push into the dock just a little bit more, and that's just enough to pull this flap out of the way and let the contacts make good contact. So, peel this off. And this stuff is ultra sticky. I mean, it might be okay even without the screw in it, but just on the safe side, we'll do that. This thing's kind of a pain in the butt to get started. Come on. I got some of the paper up. Plastic, whatever it is. Okay. There we go. Now, just kind of center it the best we can. Get to those marks. Just kind of smoothing that out. There. So, it's quite a bit longer than the original mud flap. I'd say it's double the length of the original mud flap. Let's see if I can put this through. Okay. Need to kind of make a hole through the weather strip. I'm just using a really small Allen key for it. And hopefully I can get the zip tie through there. I'm going to go up through here. Still too big. Oh, it's perfect. There are these little rivets that stick up. Those should be sticking into this. There's a little cutout that's just enough for those to sit in. The flap is in the way, but that'll help kind of bite into the flap a little bit. Alright, and just come up through here. The zip tie is very snug going through there, which is what I want. I need to grab it with pliers or something. Simply up here. Okay. I'll snug that up. Take this so you can see underneath. Probably a little disorienting. Let's do it this way. So you get the mud flap. That's the original mud flap. Like I said, this is the extension, so it's about double. Got the hole that the zip tie is going through, one here, one there, and then these rivets are poking through, and they're going to keep this, you know, nice and tight. And the one I have on the other one was on there for, I'd say at least a month, and that thing never budged. One thing I do want to do is I want to get the zip tie to land with like the fastener somewhere here. I think last time I pulled it tight, it was on the back, and it kind of rubbed against the body a little bit. Don't really want that, so I'll just try and get this to land somewhere here. I also don't want it in here where the blade's going to hit it. Not that the blade's going to hit it, but I don't want like debris and stuff to get stuck on it. So not even close to the blade. And that's kind of all added bonus. I mean, that draft stop adhesive, whatever they put on that, is really strong, like I said. And this will just help it. I don't know how much I like that. I might redo that. As much as I don't want it on the back, I don't want it like in here either. Grass is gonna get stuck in there. We'll see. For now, it's good. Okay. Happy with that. I do want to open up the top. That's probably kind of see some depression in the track there in the middle. All right. I don't know how to open the top. I think it's 1, 2. There's one back there. I don't know if you have to get to those. Those are welded, so I'm going to say we're not touching those. Don't know if we need those. But I want to take a look in there, especially when it's all fresh and clean. See what it's supposed to look like. I never took the top off my other one. I never cleaned it. So I'm not quite sure what to expect. I think for this, I'll probably lower the deck. Well, let me pull it up. Pretty sure it's in the Lymow unofficial guide that's on Facebook. That really everybody should get familiar with. A lot of the problems that we've all seen have been addressed there. Uploaded on Tuesday. The newest one is Christmas Eve. Now Dan Forth has put a lot of work into that, keeping it up to date, and it's definitely much appreciated. Alright, debris accumulates under over time. And it can affect the deck lowering and raising, sometimes even charging. It's a good idea to clean it out at least twice a season. Also check the blade motor mounts. Even more often if you use the super swing blades. You may need to add more thread lock to the mounting screws. Removing the deck cover involves removing 8 screws. There's a video here. If you get a lot of debris in here, consider adding a light pre-filter to the deck's mesh intakes. Okay. This is an actual video. By Nate. So Nate Combe, he's put together quite a few videos. Highly recommend checking his out. That's where I learned a lot of my things. Here, let's see how he quickly goes about doing this. So there's 4 across the top. Looks like they're behind the fins. And 4 across the bottom. Alright, let's see what we can do about that. Leave her all Phillips head. So it looks like there's 4. One in there, one in there, one in there, one back there. Of course my screwdriver is not going to reach, so I need a different one. That's annoying. Okay. 1 minute. One of these should do. Plug this one back in for it. Runs out of juice. Okay. Alrighty. Let's see if these work. Don't seem very tight. Don't want to lose those. So it's these screws that are kind of behind the fence, and there's 4 of them. So I will say the replacement process so far has been relatively smooth. It did take, took a while, but what are you going to do? My mowing season was basically over anyway. All I was doing was mowing leaves. So I got that. I just commented back to Lymow and told them, hey, I got my replacement. So they're going to be sending me a return shipping label for the original mower, and I guess a separate label for the battery. They're not going to be sent together. I'm not sure what the process is as far as, do I take this to FedEx or how that's going to go, but I guess we'll find out. But I contacted them and dropped the screw. Let them know that I had the new mower, the new serial number, and obviously the old serial number, because they're supposed to be able to transfer the maps. So I had already done a backup. Yeah, looks like that's nice and loose. So I had already done a backup from the old mower maps. So I had planned on getting them transferred into the new one. Support just commented back that they can't do that. So I don't know if they're just not aware of being able to do that. They said they're still working on the feature to be able to do a map migration, which I think is, what we're all kind of hoping for, that you'd be able to do it in the app itself to transfer between mowers. But these 4 screws, anyway, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked. So I think they're developing a feature so you'd be able to do it yourself. In the Facebook group, I know many people have said, contact support. They can manually on the back end kind of transfer the map data over to the new unit. So we'll see what they say. I asked them, hey, you sure about that? Can't do that for me? So we'll see what they come back to. I can't really test it out. I took my RTK unit down because I had it mounted up on my roof line, and we've been getting snow and obviously freezing weather here in New England. So I didn't want to leave that out. So if I have to remap, I'm going to have to wait until spring. For now, I'm just going to, test it out manually. Still got a couple leaf piles out there when it's not snow on the ground. So, looking at Nate's video to remove the deck, you also need to remove the 4 screws that I just removed. So it was behind these fins. One in there, 2, 3, 4. Kind of symmetrical. This video also shows removing these screws, which there's stuff all over them. I don't know if that's an attempt to weld them in place. If it is, that seems like it's not a good idea, because if I can't get those out and get the top cover off, how are you supposed to clean it? There is definitely some residue all over those. So, let me double check his video. I don't think he had that on there. And I'm going to double check on my original unit and see what that has. Original unit, those are just nice and clean, nothing so even just scratching that with my finger, I almost feel it smells like JB Weld. Alright, so this might be a short attempt if I can't get those. Well, let's see. Let me just double check his, make sure that's actually required.
Right there. So there's 4 of them in total. They're recessed in kind of like a U shape. Buried down in there, but those are the screws that we're going for. Let's see, right in there. So I've already got them pulled out, and once you get all of those taken off, let me get the bottom ones off, and then we'll lower the deck back down. Alright, now that we got the 4 screws along the bottom and the 4 screws along the top, a total 8 of them, we got those pulled out. We're going to push and hold the minus button until the deck goes back down.
So it looks like he definitely removed those.
We're going to push and hold a total 8. Those taken off. Let me get the bottom. We already got them pulled out. Let's see. Kind of like a U shape. So there's 4 of them there, and one located there, where these little pull these 4 screws out, and then 4 screws. I've already loosened them so you can see where they're located at, but we're gonna pull these 4 screws out,
4.
and then
Okay. Let's see. I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. It's like the stuff is put into the Phillips head itself. Let's see. Oh, the screw's coming out. I don't know what is on it. There's some kind of junk all over it, but it's coming out. It almost looks like hot glue. I don't know. It's got a weird smell to it. Alright. What the heck? Try and get a closer look with the camera. Try and flip it around here. I don't know what that is, but alright, see if I can't get a screwdriver through it. I don't know what it is. That one does not want to come off. The other two don't look too bad. Let's see if I can get those. Come back to this one. Whatever it is, it's not really holding it. It's just if it filled in the actual thread, like the grooves of the Phillips head. Just can't get my screwdriver to even go into it. So it's the same way. Weird. Kind of see it on there. It's like glue. It's not damage to the screw. Like, it's not like I stripped the head. but it's like there's glue or something in there. It's not holding them in. It's just making it difficult to unscrew. I think if I just kind of work it around a little bit, chisels off, and then it always seems like whatever I try and take apart, there's always like one screw that gives you trouble. There we go. I don't know what it is, but yeah, this one has more of it. I don't know. Anyways, looks like we got, so the 4 across the bottom, 4 behind the fins. I gotta put the battery back in to lower the deck down. I can already tell the top is free. So this time, the mower didn't power back up. I don't know why it would be 50-50. I held it down, 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, kind of quickly. Oh, it's going to go down on its own. Yeah. I got the top off. So, that's what it looks like, nice and clean inside.
Hello, let's get mowing.
Yeah, we don't want to do that while you don't have your top on. So, we'll turn this off. I'm going to remove the battery again. Okay. So aside from the weird gunk on the screws, it wasn't too bad. Gonna set my light back up here. So I know, so these are the screws that hold the blade motors. And on the user that had the problem of the blade motor coming loose, they were missing screws. So this is going to be a good idea to come in here and check these from time to time. And everybody I've ever seen who took the cover off, it's never going to look as clean as it looks right now. Once you use the thing, unfortunately it looks like lots of stuff can get in there. Not sure what that all is. motor controller, something along those lines. I'd love at some point for somebody, I'm not brave enough to crack into the main case where the electronics are and find where the antennas are, because I really feel like the antennas have been giving a lot of people problems. I don't think I have a problem with this unit. It had no problem getting on Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth range seemed to be pretty good. If you are unable to connect to Wi-Fi, or the Bluetooth only works when your phone is like touching the mower, you definitely have some kind of problem and you need Lymow to fix it. Unfortunately, I think they just send a whole replacement. It seems like a lot of effort. Seems to me like it's an antenna thing that's not quite right. Either it's loose or something. But I routinely would be driving this around my yard, remote controlled, Bluetooth connected, sitting in my living room, windows, doors closed, and the robot's driving around, Lymow's driving around the yard, still within Bluetooth range for pretty much of my backyard. There were times where I would get up out of my chair and walk over to the sliding glass door just to get a little closer, where if I lost signal in the back corner of the yard. But I also had the streaming camera on, so I could see what I was doing. I was watching the camera feed from the Lymow as it was driving around the yard. And then sometimes I would do that when I was just trying to kill a battery, run it down to zero. I would just be driving it around and kind of in circles in the yard with the app open, constantly going back to check to see if I was down to 1% battery, and then I would keep the Lymow close by the charging station for when it actually did shut down. I didn't want to have to drag it across the yard. Alright, so I don't really want to mess with these too much. I'm going to see if I can tighten them at all, or if they're already tight, which I hope they are, but we'll find out. I think the theory that people were thinking, was the excuse me, the super swing blades were causing some extra vibration, which could then cause those screws to back out, which could then cause the whole motor to become loose, and nothing good is going to happen at that point. So let's see. I'm able to tighten it. Probably got about a half a turn on it. I don't want to go too much. Maybe it's a quarter turn. I'd say what would be between a quarter and a half, a third of a turn. That's probably where I just went to. So I'm giving them a third of a turn just because I can. Doesn't seem like doing too much to it. I could do more, but I'm not going to. I think I did all those starting at 3 o'clock. There we go. This one. Screw head is slightly stripped already. This one is too, but it's still loose. So some of those were kind of loose, which makes me wonder if I should pull them and put Loctite on them, because there's no Loctite on these. If there was Loctite, I wouldn't be able to turn them at all without putting a good amount of force on it to break the Loctite seal, and then they would turn. Definitely something to keep an eye on. So it wasn't too difficult to get in here. 8 screws. Gonna need to come in here to clean this out anyway. Also inspect your springs. I know I've seen people with a spring like this laying on the ground saying, where'd that come from? Well, that's it. And that's part of, it's not part of the spring. I think it's, you know, I don't know what that is for. I think it's a counter. Okay, so the wheels are attached to each other. If I wiggle this wheel, and that's the spring. It's a counterweight for our spring for the wheel mechanism. So probably so. Oh, so they don't bounce around, right? It's like a shock absorber. So that's what that spring is. It's the shock absorber for the wheels when they're down. And then the wheel motor must be here. So this servo or whatever it is pushes forward, pulls back and forward, and that's what raises the wheels up and down. Interesting that. But that's like that. Got some more screws up here with paint marks on them, showing, I guess just that they're tight. This is interesting. This is the bottom side of a screw that came up through, but there's nothing there, which is strange. Those go too, but I'm not going to mess with those. Let's take a look at the, this is the mechanism. Oh, sorry, this is the wheel. So that is, get another angle on it. This is the mechanism to manually raise the deck. And actually what you'll see, if you're looking down here, when it goes to raise the deck, and you can push on the back or the front, or both, you know. This little arm actually pushes that. So it pushes that down with the motor, and that is releasing this clip. So once that clip is out, you can raise the deck up. Let's see. There we go. Then you can let it go to let it come up. But it won't, like I said, it won't stay up. It'll just fall back down. So when the Lymow does it, the deck raising, it's pushing that pin out forcefully, and that's what actually lifts the whole thing up. It pushing on that pin. So set that back down. It's back locked, engaged, and there's a kind of counter spring on this side too to help, I guess, push it down. All right. These other screws don't look really mechanical at all. They're just holding components down. So we're not going to mess with that. I guess this is a good look at the bumpers. So if you get kind of debris, these must be the buttons. So you can see as it closes. What the heck? Oh, I was holding the wrong part. As it closes down, it hits the bumper and depresses that button. If you get something jammed in there, it's always going to think that the bumper is depressed. And if it thinks it's depressed, that's when you see Lymows like that don't want to drive forward and they just keep backing up, and people are thinking it lost its mind. Most likely that's the problem. So I would say there's one here and there's one here. So you're going to want to check and make sure. You should have daylight through there. So I think that's a good tour for the front. Oh, this is where the side blade guard was. So the blower, I guess, is part of the motor. As the motor spins, it causes air, and you can see that fin in there, that upper fin. I've never had anything go in. There's a forceful wind that comes out of there. So when it's on, everything's being dispelled out. I don't think you really have a chance for anything to go into that. Unless it came in through the top. If it comes in through the top, then, well, you gotta get that cleaned out. Alright, so I think we're gonna put this back together. Get that put back on, and then for you guys, we don't need to look at the other track and the installation of the wheel scraper. I can do that on my own, but I think we should get the docking station out and see what it takes to not just tape over the sensor, which is what I did before, but just remove the damn thing. Seems like that would be a better way to go. I know some people have done it. Oh, here's another look at the kind of junk that was on those screw holes. So whatever this is, might be kind of hard to see in the light, but it's like a clear, oh, it just scoops right off. It's some kind of glue. Oh, it stinks. I'm not sure what that is. Need to wash my hands. I don't know. Leave a comment or something if you have any idea what that is, but whatever it is, it didn't hold the screws in at all. It just like muddied up the Phillips head so that I couldn't get the screwdriver in. So I just kind of, if you run into that, I just kind of kept spinning the Phillips head screwdriver around until it chewed enough of it out of the fins there, and then I was able to get that all in. So, do need to raise it back up. I wish you could manually raise it up and keep it locked in place, but does not seem that you can do that. So we're going back to the battery. And this time no power up again. So I wonder. If it's something to do with how long it's been powered off. I'm not sure. Reaching for grasping at straws there. But it seems like, so when it came factory out of the box, I plugged it in and powered up right away. The next time I powered it off, powered it back on, or I connected the battery, it did not power up on its own. This has been sitting for a couple days with the battery out, so it wasn't powered up.
Hello,
When I
let's
first
get
started
moving.
this live stream, I plugged the battery in and it just powered right up. So maybe it has to sit for a couple days, discharge, whatever, capacitors, I don't know. About 5-6 seconds to hold down that button to raise that up. Now I do want to be careful because this isn't attached, that it's not going to fall off. Man, this thing is so fresh and clean. I guess we'll go in reverse order. These screws trying to see if they're all the same. They look to be about the same. Some of them are longer than others. I don't think that was done intentionally though. Actually, I don't know. This one had crud on it, so we'll put all the cruddy ones back on the bottom. What are we doing here? Well, the top kind of fell out of position. Which makes sense because it's not screwed in. Really should have turned this off again. right hole. I didn't line it up. I totally missed it again. What the heck? I was afraid these were going to be a little difficult. Oh, I see. Okay, that comes around the side a little bit. Don't want to over tighten those too much. Pretty sure that's just going into plastic. Alright. So if you're just joining us, we just finished taking the top off and tightening the screws that hold the motor, the blade motors in place. So there's definitely no Loctite on those. I didn't put any Loctite on them. But I got a good half turn out of most of them. A third to a half a turn, I would say. On those screws to tighten them up a little bit so they were not terribly tight. I mean, they were tight, but they were not Loctited for sure. And some people have reported those have come loose on them before. And the jury's out as to whether that was related to super swing blades or not. One more. Is there one more? There's some crud all over these screws for me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the other one? You know, I was doing such a good job. That was my screws. Now I seem to have dropped one. That's not what I was looking for. Now, let's clean up this area a little bit. Right here. Even just a second ago, I had it right there. That's not good. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I still have 4 more for those. Unless I just put it in somewhere else. Well, didn't you know it? I was being so careful. Alright, well, I'm not going to worry about that too much. So again, if you're just joining, I'll be, I'll post the video after for anybody who wants to see. We already went over the tracks, the tension on the tracks. I installed a wheel scraper. It was a 3D printed version. It wasn't the Lymow version. So it's one that I had on my previous unit that this one is replacing. We installed the mud flap, an additional mud flap. It's about double the length of the original. And we just popped the cover and took a look at the inside to see what it looks like in there. So I'm going to go ahead and lower this back down. Yeah, we're pretty much done with it. And I'm sure I'll find that screw at some point. Actually, no, I'm not going to lower it down. I still have the 4 upper screws to put back in. I needed my other screwdriver for that. So there were 4 screws across the bottom. Like I said, there was some sort of adhesive, glue, something that was all over the screws. I kind of had to just keep working at them until enough of that kind of peeled off. I could chip it off with my fingernail a little bit, and then it finally came free. It wasn't securing the screws in any way. It was simply like there was just gunk inside the Phillips head, so I couldn't get the screwdriver to engage properly until it kind of scraped clean. Kind of weird. But we were able to get in there, which is important because we'll need to be able to clean that out from time to time. And if anything gets jammed in the bumper, I guess you can see the button a little bit. It's kind of hard to get to, but with the top off you can really see in there. And you may also need to clean that out if you get to a spot where like the deck doesn't raise up anymore like this. There could be debris that needs to be cleaned out. Damn it. just dropped that screw. I knew it. That's right here. It's really bugging me about the other screw because I had it in my hand like a second before. So I probably set it down somewhere and forgot about it. Tend to do that. Okay. Like I said, these screws were not tight, but they're screwing into plastic, so we don't want to go too tight. Two more. And then my plan is to move on to the docking station. I'm going to remove the moisture sensor. Previously I had just duct taped over it, which worked. But I always kind of wondered how long it would work for until the tape would fall off, and then condensation would accumulate, and then it would stop charging and I wouldn't know why. So I know some people have removed it completely, so that's what I want to try. Lymow's own guidance is to tape over that moisture sensor. So if this is news to you and it seems like you can't get it to charge, that's likely why. Even if there's no moisture, it is incredibly sensitive, especially if you have your docking station on the ground. You know, evaporation occurs and it just brings moisture up to the highest point that kind of drips down to that contact, and any moisture will trip that thing and kill the power, so the charger won't charge. So everybody early on put some duct tape or some sort of waterproof tape over those contacts to stop that. Alright, so we're going to put this like that, and it automatically goes down when you power it up. That's good. As soon as I put it down, you'll find that screw over there.
Hello, let's get moving.
Keep getting tricked. These are the two screws on my hole line. Always clean up your area. It's probably right around here. Anyways, 9:30, so I'm going for a while. Alright, kill power. pull the battery. Just because it's a lot easier. Pick this thing up and move it around without the battery in it. So I was just using one of these fold-up stools. That's what I use to put the Lymow on. It comes in handy when you're trying to work on the tracks and you're going to put the battery in and you want to run it using the app. You know, you can kind of run the track and see if something's rubbing or not moving quite right. Check the tension, loosen it, tighten it, that kind of stuff. Or screw it snapped. Okay. So, docking station. Let's look for that screw. Anyways. Alright, let me get the docking station. I haven't even taken the new docking station out of the box. Moisture sensor. Huh. Looks like it has a little cover over it. I don't remember that being there. I'll bring over my old docking station. I'm just going to kind of put this one on top. Now I used this mat was really great. So I had my docking station parked on what do you call it, on my patio, so I couldn't drive the stakes in. But I used one of these. It's like a kitchen, like a restaurant kitchen floor mat that I put down. And then what I did is a couple of the pieces I had cut off, I laid here to give that a little bit more height, so that as the Lymow drives onto the charging station, it was tipped towards the QR codes. So it'll go like that and not need to have that brake engaged. I am excited to try that out. I think the ability to disable the brake came out just after my unit broke, so I wasn't able to try that out. So I don't know if I just keep this docking station. I had already brought it in kind of for the winter anyway, or if I need to send this one back and keep the new one. I don't really know what they want, but I had planned on kind of redoing this anyway. I just used zip ties to connect this. Okay. So, the old docking station did not have that cover on it. My duct tape is still on here. So it had, let's see, you know, it's almost like there's a connector there that was missing on mine. So I had just taped over that, and I don't know, that was enough. So compared to the new one, the new one has this little cage over it. So it's kind of weird. So I couldn't even tape over that if I wanted to. Wonder if they've quietly fixed that and put the cage there so nobody could tape over it. I don't know. I'm not worried about it though, where I keep it, because I keep this, like I said, up on my patio. Any water that's on my patio runs away from the unit anyway, based on the slope. So it looks like, this also looks like it's really on there. Looks like there's 4 screws to this to get this cover off, and then maybe you can see what's going on there. Find my screws right in the grooves. So don't lose them. Now, I haven't looked in here before. I know other people have taken this apart. The other thing I want to look at is the spade connectors beneath charging contacts. So some people have had problems with the 10 amp fast charger, where if those connectors weren't seated properly, they could cause trouble. Okay, so this will just come out. Okay. So I don't know what they did to remove this. Where's my flashlight? I mean, I don't want to just cut the wires. Looks like they go up into the area behind the QR codes, or whatever control unit is. I'm not sure how many screws that takes to get there. Looking at 6 right there. More along the back. That's just some screws. Might as well try. Those look like they hold that on. Let's try it. Maybe it's not the same screws. Yeah, those are a lot bigger. I'm gonna pick this up. So I don't want it to fall. My goal is to just separate this and see if I can get at wherever those wires run to. And then maybe it's just a connector or something. I can pull a connector off. Hopefully it's not soldered onto something. There's also not much room to play here. This just sits on top. And everything runs into this unit. So let's set this back in place for now. So this looks like 4 screws on the back. There's 2 screws on the front. And I don't know what's down those holes. Seems weird. So I'm just worried about that. Okay. Let's start with the back. those are the 4 on the back. I think I need to do the 2 on the front also. Looks like that's all one piece. Sorry, 4 on the front. So there's 2, there's 1 here, there's also 1 just under or just above each of the QR codes. Don't know if that's all same, but we'll find out. Hidden back here. So you couldn't see them before, but these were the 6 I unscrewed from the bottom side. That's what let this whole piece come up. So I guess I just got those 2 left of what I can see. Doesn't feel loose. We'll see. Alright, looks like that'll do it. Or something that's moving at least. Carefully. Alright. So, as I had kind of hoped, see if I can turn this around to you. There are wires that are connected to the back that go to the switch and the light. I don't want to mess with those, but let me spin this around. Come around that side. Okay. So once you get all those screws out, it's pretty simple for that to come apart. And now I can see the power switch is on the bottom there. Down here. Let me, if the light's on it, you can see it. Let me go this way. And then there's two connectors, it looks like, that go up to the LED light on the top. So that can come off if I wanted to. I don't really want to muck with those connectors if I don't have to. There's not a lot of play here. Okay, so I can set that up there. These guys sit like that. All right. So the moisture sensor was this thin gauge red and black wire down here. If I can get that connector off, which looks like it's just a push tab. Come on. There we go. That looks like that will disconnect it. Now, should I just remove the whole thing? I don't think there's any intelligence in here. It's not like this is going to get a firmware update that's going to fix this. This does not connect to anything with intelligence like Wi-Fi or Bluetooth or anything. Doesn't connect to the mower. The mower, as far as we can tell, only pulls power from the charging contacts when the switches are depressed. So, given that, I don't think I'm ever going to hook it back up again. And just tuck that through. Okay, it's rolling all the way through to the bottom. Except I think it might have been zip tied. Okay, so you follow those rough steps. That's how you disconnect the moisture sensor. It's interesting it has this cage on it now. Didn't have that before. And I'm wondering if mine was just missing that. Although they always said to tape over it, so with the cage on, you're not taping over it. Looks like there's a couple Phillips heads you could remove this outer cover. Anyways, hopefully it's not something stupid where like it notices that this is disconnected, so it shouldn't cause a problem, because it's when the moisture connects between the two contacts that it thinks there's water and it cuts off the power. Lymow said it causes problems right from the beginning and told us to defeat it, so I'll just defeat it this way. Okay. I could always put it back on if I need to. This is a good time to look at the other contacts though. So, charging wires. This is going to your big beefy charger, whether it's the 2.5 amp or the 10 amp. This is going to your RTK unit if you're powering the RTK unit at the base station. I don't do that. I have the RTK mounted high up on my roof, and it's pulling power from inside the attic. So I think I can remove this wire to to just get one more wire out of the way. Yeah, it's just its own little tab connector. And will it come out? Yeah, come right out. So it's always been kind of tucked and dangling behind my old one. No more. I'll save it though, in case I need it for some reason. And I think that's all that we needed to see in here. I guess these are our two contacts with switches. I don't know what the blue, maybe those go to the switch and these deliver the power. Seems strange that it's a red and a black to each. I don't know. I guess both contact switches have to be down, not just one. Who knows? Let's see where the blue and the black wires go. So there's two sets of those. Nothing's labeled. Well, okay. So we want to stick this all back together. Make sure nothing came loose. So really it's just the wires to the LED panel. These four wires come up to the LED panel, and then the LED panel, you might have to just take my word for it, I don't want to break it. Have a black and a red wire that go to the on-off switch. The on-off switch just controls whether the LED is on. It does not control the power to the contacts. So if you're like me, this LED would light up like the whole side of my house, almost as like a broadcast, like, hey, I'm a robot mower, I'm over here. I have it on the side of my house. It's in my back fenced-in area, but still you can see the green glow on the house. So I usually keep it off, you know, unless I'm checking to see if it's not charging or whatever for some reason. Something's not quite sitting right. Let's pull it up. There we go. Much better. It's kind of nice that even though this top part's not screwed in, it still sits in the channel and holds itself up. So, do this in reverse order. Cool, so the base station's really easy to deal with. Just like this. I think that wire made me drop another screw. You know, I have a fancy kit where you take everything apart and you put the screws in the little magnetic cups. brought it over here, but I brought it up, but I never brought it over to where I'm working. And unfortunately, putting your screws on the work surface isn't the best idea. Luckily, I know where there's some extra screws in a unit that needs to be sent back, so not overly concerned. I did snap that one screw though, that bugs me. Which is annoying because I think even if you install Lymow's own blades, scraper, front wheel scraper, I think you need to be able to get into take the side bracket off that holds the tracks on, and that's the screw that broke on me. Snap the head right off, so I want to be careful about that. Unless you just have to take the track off, and that's what we ultimately did for the scraper I just installed. Not going too tight on these. These are all just screws going into plastic, so. Oh, there's the screw I dropped. You see it. Is this what I left out? Yeah. I forgot it came with those. Okay. So I'll flip this over. I may put the moisture sensor cover back on just to cover up these wires. I don't know if a mouse is going to get in there and chew on it or anything. So, that's interesting. Coming out of the main control, I may have to go back and look at the video. Were there not two red and blacks and two blue and blacks? So now I've got a blue and a black and a red going to the left side and the black coming here, but I swear there were two. Oh, you know what? No, and they were separate than the charging cord. I'm not sure what that was. Strange. I don't know, beats me. So these were the 6 screws that I took out previously. And this was just what secures the top part to the bottom part. Probably the last thing we're going to do tonight is pop these covers off and get into where those spade connectors are, just to get a look and see how those are secured. And whether or not they're loose, or I guess I never saw what they looked like before other than pictures people posted. I never actually hooked up the 10 amp charger to my docking station because I had ordered a spare battery, so I had 2 batteries. And the spare battery comes with like the charging whip that connects directly from the charging brick to the battery. So that's definitely handy. I actually have one of the batteries is charging right now. I forgot I left it on the 10 amp charger. I let the mower out, and between my yard and my sister's yard, who lives next door, it's got about an acre, give or take. But I was also doing the chessboard, cut leaves. We have a lot of oak trees, so a lot of leaves. So I would just let the thing run, check my phone, check in on it every once in a while, and see when the battery was getting down to, about 15%, when it's going to auto return to the dock. And I'd pause it and walk out with a battery, pop it in, power it back up, let it keep going. And then what I could do is charge that battery with a 10 amp charger inside, and it takes less than an hour to charge the battery, and the mower could run for an hour and a half to 2 hours. That was over 2 hours. It was almost 2.5 hours. 150 minutes. Yeah, 2 hours, 2.5 hours. So the battery would be done charging well before the mower was ready for it, and then I'd just go swap it again. So every kind of 2.5 hours, I'd walk over with the battery, swap it, send it on its way. So I was like triple cutting the yard. Alright, so last thing is these spade connectors. The underside of the contacts. I don't know if I have to do all 4 of these. I think I might. Although I'm assuming the connectors are right here. So next year in the spring, I mean, I might, I don't know. I don't know if I need to put the 10 amp charger on. I might just leave the 2.5. My yard is in a way where this is in the backyard. And my backyard is fenced in. And it can do the entire backyard on one charge. No problem. Not chessboard setup. That's more for mulching time. So I usually would have it mow the backyard while I was at work. not working from home, but I'm in the office and I could watch the video stream live from either my Ring cameras that are around the yard, but also my security system that records the Lymow's own camera. That's weird. That did not loosen up anything. So maybe I gotta do all four and then pull it off from the top. But I would let the Lymow run, do the backyard, and then when I'd get home, it would have either recharged by then, or I could swap the battery on it at that point. Open the fence, open the gate, and send it out to do the front yard and over to my sister's yard. I like to have a little more visibility on it when it's mowing the front yard because it's going out to the street. And I have it set to drive with one track on the street, so it gets a nice cut right up the end. Which is fine for not doing the chessboard cut because it just does the perimeter lap, and that's the only time I really need to watch it. But it doesn't get on into the street, which it never has. It's always been fine. Okay, so these are just going to fall off now. I don't even know how you get in there. Let's flip it over. So, I don't recall seeing this piece. Oh, and there's more screws. Looks like 4 more screws. Get that cover off. Of course, it's not gonna fit. I'm gonna do a little screwdriver. I wish these wires weren't so tight. I think. Flip this around. Looks like there's a each corner in here. These are going to be a pain in the butt to get back on there. And I'm wondering if this was a solution to keep this thing attached. We came this far. I'll do this side, and hopefully it looks good. If it does, then I'm going to trust them that the other side looks good too. I'm just afraid it's going to be hard to line those screws back up. I don't think it would be too difficult if I could lay this down, but the cord's pretty tight. And drop that screw into the, it's fine. It's just kind of working at this funny angle that is making it more difficult. Whatever that is. Oh jeez. How's this come out? And I thought this was just a cover. Okay. I'll bring the phone over here. I don't want to twist that wire around and around and around. That's the battery power low. That's funny. My phone said battery was low, but at 70%. I've had it plugged in this whole time, so. Okay, so. Can see in there better. I can't get to the connector. I think I need to push this all the way through. So now, or is that what we're talking about? There's definitely a spade connector. I don't know if you can see that, if it's focusing. That presses up underneath. I mean, it looks like it's on there pretty good. And it's got some kind of heat shrink holding it on there. So I'm gonna call that good. That's at least for that, but there's a crimp connector somewhere in here where the red wire crimps onto. Let's see if I can get that all the way out. Sorry if that just went up my nose. Stickers. It seems like that thing needs to just come out. I want it to come out, and you all want it to come out. Why won't it come out? How am I supposed to get into this thing? Okay. being dumb. So yeah, spade connector here underneath the contact. Now I don't know. How you get to that crimp? I don't have any more plastic to come apart. There are some like rods that go through that this is pivoting on. I'm not about to try and pop those out unless that's what I actually need to do. I guess with the whole thing in place, let's try it. Oh yeah, it moves. I need a finer point. Okay, so taking this rod out got me all the way in, and that should go right back in. So I don't know. Looks like this is glued on with some kind of like UV epoxy. So it's connected there. It's not going to move. This, somewhere in here, in this heat shrink, must be the crimp connector, and then there's a heat shrink over it. I would say that's looking good. That's not going anywhere. Which is exactly what I was hoping for. So, now let's make sure we can put this back together. Red wire was down in the gap. This pin. Okay. Looks good. The wire has the play it needs to have. Alright, so I'd be interested to see what somebody else's looks like from the previous pictures where people have taken that apart. Oh, I turned the flash off. I'll turn the light on. Oh, there we go. Just to compare and see if that's an improvement that was made. So it took a little finagling to get it out, but there's a rectangle that should be enough to get this back through. It's a lot easier to put in and take out. Now the problem is these pesky screws. It's like they're pretty well molded together and lined up, so hopefully that's easier than I was thinking. Oh, I need to get the pattern cut out here. I did drop a screw through the tread. So guys, I think that pretty much does it. I'm going to put these screws back in, but this is just a reassembly of the charging contacts. kind of in summary, right? We got the tracks off, checked a bunch of screws for tightness, loosened the tracks, installed some front wheel scrapers. Front wheel scrapers that, not the ones that Lymow has been providing to people, but some of the early Facebook group members had 3D printed. And at one point, one of the guys, Roost or something, I think, was selling them. I'm sure if you look back, several people have come up with, you know, various modifications and different 3D prints, but these worked great for me. So I figured I would take them off of the old one and put them on the new one. We put the mud flap extension on. Which again, it's not a Lymow provided thing, but it's just a door draft stopper. I'll try and find the Amazon link, if I can find it in my history. To provide that link, I'll put that. So I'm going to post this to YouTube, and I'll put all that information in the video description, along with timestamps, because again, this is like a 3-hour, 4 maybe this time, I don't know, process. This is the second time I'm doing this. So the first time I did it on my original unit. My original unit had a drive hub failure of some kind. Not really sure what happened to it, but it just stopped responding to, you know, commands to drive forward or in reverse. It just couldn't do it. It would attempt to, but it would fail. Basically, it would move an inch or less and stop. Or I would tell it to go forward and the back left wheel would turn in reverse. Where the right track didn't appear to have any problems whatsoever. Tried to do calibration. Calibration of the wheel hub, something Lymow had provided previously. That was more for if somebody removed their wheel hub and needed to recalibrate the sensors. I didn't have to do that, but I figured I'd try it. It didn't help. So I contacted Lymow and they sent a replacement. Pretty much no questions asked. I mean, I documented the problem pretty well with a video. Sent them the video, sent them description of what had happened. It also helps, like I said before, I have a security system on my network that records the Lymow video camera. So I could actually see while it was on the docking station, Lymow kept trying to turn itself until eventually it turned itself off the docking station, and that's when it wasn't even in use. It was just sitting there idle. It seemed like whatever happened to that wheel, it just, I don't know, wasn't happy about it. So let me flip this over and get the screws in, and then we'll call it a night. We also popped the hood. Not the hood, yeah. We took the cover off so we could get in, tighten some screws in there that were not quite so tight. They were tight, but not as much as I wanted to see. And just some kind of general tips and tricks I've kind of learned along the way. From a lot of the people in the Facebook group. We did find a lot of improvements, I would say, with screw tightness. I couldn't budge the wheel hub screws at all, which that was a problem early on. People had loose screws from the factory. I did see white paint on a lot of them, showing that, you know, they were at least torquing things down to some kind of spec, painting it to make sure that, you know, those screws weren't being moved in the process. And then the big, I think, bonus and hopefully major improvement is the inner drive wheel hub. Has 4 Phillips head screws, very small, that have failed for many users. Those are now sealed in an epoxy type JB Weld coating on a metal disc, so, you know, essentially welded in place. So those screws should not be able to back out no matter what. There's a nice healthy bead of epoxy over it. So I think they've, you know, Lymow's made a lot of improvements. Quality control. And just overall process. I mean, this was a brand new product, right? I was Kickstarter backer, I don't know, 3,000, somewhere along those lines. So by the time I was receiving my unit, some other people had already had it for a month or two. And I think some of the feedback from there was getting into the product. Obviously not in time for me to get it, so I would say I had, you know, kind of initial run. I received my first unit in August 2025. Early August. Very happy with the unit and what it could do. Very happy with Lymow as a company, standing behind their product. Every message they send out, you know, I feel like is just really encouraging for the company. And I think they're poised to just dominate this space. I mean, I know Yarbo's out there 3 times the price, but I don't even know. Depending on which attachments. And they didn't have real miller blades until they saw Lymow. And then, you know, they had to come out with their Pro model. Alright, I think I am going to reattach the moisture sensor just with the cables disconnected. Just to protect these wires a little bit. But look at their Kickstarter numbers. I mean, it's like most successful, you know, X, Y, and Z, everything. I wonder if it was this way or this way. I guess it goes this way. Very impressive. You know, I was a late backer, but you know, it was really fun to follow along and, you know, see the progress. Obviously things get delayed. I mean, things are just, especially for a new company. So there were some challenges there, right? But I think it would be crazy if there wasn't any. Yeah, so, and again on here, I disconnected the moisture sensor so it wouldn't throw any false alerts from condensation. I am, you know, where my docking station typically lives, it's on a patio up against the house. Any water that hits the patio sheds and runs away from it. So it's not like this could ever be in a standing puddle of water. And Lymow has commented early on that the moisture sensor was overly sensitive and advised everybody to tape over the sensor, which worked for me. I just thought in this case I'd get in here and just disconnect the plug. So I don't know. 4 screws to get in this, 6 screws to get the cover top piece separated, probably another 4 screws on the front. So not too much, nothing hidden. Like I get the peeling apart or anything. So okay, this looks good. So appreciate people hanging out. Comments that were in the Facebook stream. I know it was kind of a slow start. I think the post had to be approved by the Facebook Lymow admin before I could actually, the link went live. So I did the first half of this kind of on my own, and saw some familiar faces in there. So again, like I said, appreciate everybody hanging out. I'm going to continue on and do the right side track. I guess it's just more of what we did before. If anybody wants to hang out, I'm more than happy to continue. Otherwise, if you're hanging out and you already saw the first half, I wouldn't worry too much about what we're going to do there. We're going to loosen the track, going to remove the track, and install the front wheel scraper on that unit, and then retighten the track to, I don't know, my recommended settings. And I would say that this thing is ready to go back into action. Again, no RTK yet, but I'll at least drive it around manually. I guess I should power up the base station to make sure it works, especially after I did all that work to it. So, yeah. Looks like there's 4 people around. If you guys stick around, I'll stick around. I'll show you one of the screws that I snapped off. It's kind of a bummer. Just the way I was trying to install the front wheel scraper. I didn't want to have to remove the track, although it wasn't that difficult. So let me show you how I do that. Oh, God. So before you do anything, I'm going to pop the battery back in, lift up the front deck, because it makes working on the track a lot easier. And let's see if this thing powers up on its own again. No, strange. Best theory I have is if it sits for a while without the battery in, and you plug a new battery in, it auto powers up. So it auto powered up for me right out of the box. And then I let it sit for a few days over the Christmas holiday without the battery in. When I just plugged the battery in tonight, it powered up again on its own. But it hasn't done it again since this evening, so.
Hello, let's get mowing.
Okay, so we're going to raise the deck. So you can hold the button waiting for it to come up on its own. Or on the LCD screen, there's an indicator where you see an up arrow. So I haven't done anything with these tracks yet. And they're tight. I would say they're a little looser than my first unit. But when I do this, I want to easily make contact here and with the frame in the back. Yeah, I'm much happier with what I did over here. Alright, so it's up. We're going to power it off. Pull the battery. For those that don't know, you can raise the deck manually if you don't have power to it. The problem is it won't stay up if you do that. But if you just need to try to get in there to clean something out, you can do it, no problem. I did show earlier in the video how to do that. So again, kind of demonstration, popping these cover panel off. There's a grip. If you feel your finger in there, you'll feel it. There's a grip tab right there and a grip tab right there. And you're going to kind of push in with your thumbs and out with your index fingers so that it lets go. It comes right off. Don't do what I did and pull from the front and, you know, rip it off on my old unit. Now that I know how this works. Plastic. It's got 4 teeth kind of on the bottom that catch on that steel piece. There's a ring here and a ring here and some guides that you line up to get that back in place. One of my headphones is dying. I'm going to plug that in. Hopefully that you can still hear me okay. Alright, so what I did last time, what I tried to do, was trying to remove this whole unit. Now in the back, there's 4 screws. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 2 bottom screws were no problem to come out. The 2 top screws, one I couldn't get to move without, it started to strip the head on the screw. So I think that's Loctited in there really good. And the other one snapped the head right off the screw, so it left a hole in it. So that's on my other side. So I don't have a choice really unless I drill that screw out. And the reason I was doing that, I wanted to take this whole piece out so I could install the front wheel scraper, put it back in. It would actually worked out better to take the track all the way off. So we're just going to take the track off now. Looking from the side, you can tell it's pretty tight. I want to be able to push this down and make contact with this metal here and make contact with the black frame in the back. Can't do that right now. So the reason we're doing that is for a couple reasons. When the tracks are tight, it builds up more debris on the front wheel, it seems like. It really cakes it in there. When it builds up debris on the front wheel, it's like a negative, positive feedback loop, whatever. It increases the tension. And people have had the like metal strings that go through here for supports snap and start popping out of a hole. You know, that's no good. And early on, a lot of people had problems with the rear wheels separating from their housing, and there's nothing you can do about that but send it back. So the reason we're doing this, we're checking screws. Like I said, they've been putting paint on these. I couldn't get these to budge. I'll give it a quick check on this right now. But that's what we were going for. We want those to not be able to budge. The initial units, when they came out, they budged. They were loose. I'm not going to mess with it. The initial units did have blue Loctite on those. And yeah, they're not, I'm not messing with them. The blue Loctite was not engaged properly, or there was something wrong with the batch. Something wasn't quite right with it, but screws were falling out, and if a screw fell out, then the whole thing kind of separated, cracked open. We could see the planetary gears and things that were in there. So anyway, happy to see that Lymow has made improvements there to their quality control and, you know, just overall assembly process in multiple places. You know, we've seen improvements. So to loosen the track, we need to kind of spin this around. I don't know if I can do this. I just kind of did this by hand last time, so let's do that. There's 4 adjustment screws that you need to do to loosen the track. This in here is a little hard to see. Is a number 6mm Allen key, but you can't turn that yet. First, you need to loosen the battery cord out of the way. You need to loosen these 4 screws. They are easily accessible if you remove the bottom plate. There's a bunch of screws along the bottom, 10, 15, 20 something screws. So I did that before. You can save yourself a lot of time. All you got to do is get a screwdriver with the right bit, Torx bit, to loosen those. Let's find the right one. I think it was the, let's see, this was the outer one. So T15 on the outer wheels. And T25. Pretty sure on the inner wheels. Inner, and I call this the tension locking plate, whatever you call it. So you got to loosen these 4. If they're too tight to begin with, no, that's not tight. You can kind of use a ratchet in here, but I would not tighten these with a ratchet. If you over tighten them, they hold the wheel on. So this is not only locking the tension in place, but it also secures the wheel assembly to the body. And if you over tighten it, it doesn't, I don't know, it doesn't turn properly, or it doesn't sit flush the way it's supposed to. So I did that before. You know, I had used a ratchet and really torqued down on those, and you really shouldn't. So a screwdriver is a better way to go. Okay, so now that that's out, I guess I should mention, like, we're not loosening those to the point they fall out, just enough that, you know, there's some play to it. Now I can loosen this. So what I do, since I'm taking the track all the way off to start, just loosen it all the way up. This screw will start to come out, you'll see. And we're not taking this all the way out either. I'm not sure. I think there's a stopping point. I don't think it will actually come all the way out. But there is a stopping point on the wheel. So once you get to the point where, you know, you can't push the wheel forward anymore, you know, you can stop unscrewing this. Alright, that's pretty far forward. And now what you'll see, what I usually do is either with my thumb, I can just kind of grab and push. As I push, you'll see the whole wheel slide forward. Now, it slid forward, and the screw went all the way back in. So, I'm going to unscrew it a little more. Okay, that was it. So now I'm pushing on that screw. The wheel doesn't move forward. I've just found that that's the easiest way to move the wheel. You can get your hand in there and kind of monkey with it. There is a lot of grease and stuff on the wheel. I haven't run this machine at all yet. So I'm trying to keep that off my hands. Okay, so now we're ready to pop the track off. It's important to have the deck up before you start this, so that when you squeeze the track and you have extra room out here, the deck doesn't get in your way. Otherwise, it's really a pain. So once it's kind of loose, kind of just pull it over a little bit, spin the track, and voila. I don't think there's a forward, you know, a correct way for this to go, but I like to put it back on the same way it was running, just in case. You can see some of that. That's packing styrofoam. But there is the kind of white grease lube that they put on there. Not really sure why. After you run this thing for a little bit, that stuff's all going to be worn off anyway. There's dirt and stuff gets in there. And it runs great. So, like I said, those bolts are loose. This whole wheel has a lot of play to it now. So when you tighten those bolts down, it really sucks that wheel in and makes it a lot tighter to the body. All right, I need to get the front wheel scraper off of my old unit, and we can put it on this one. I had my other track off on the other one, so it was a little easier to snip this. Oh, you know what? I pulled that off on the other one. Let me take this off. Make it easier. bear with me just a second here and I'll have these 4 screws out. These are the 4 screws I tried to remove on the new unit to remove the entire metal housing. And that's the one that I snapped the head of the screw on. As I get this out, you'll be able to see a little better how it mounts. Essentially, I've taken the whole bracket off the old one. So, here we go. So this guy sits in here, and this is the front front wheel scraper. It's flexible. It's like a TPU 3D printed. One of the guys from the group printed for me a while back. So I'm just gonna snip these zip ties and put it on here. There is a correct orientation for this, so if some reason you did end up getting these, which I do highly recommend them, the lower section points to the bottom, and this upper section is taller, that goes to the top. And we're going to mount it into the brackets the same way it was on here. Essentially, it's going to stick like so, and I zip tied around there, in through the top, and down. A lot easier to do this if you take this off. Problem is, I'm not messing with these screws after I just broke the one on the other side. So, do it this way. The other thing I did, with it in there, I could be able to see this very well. It doesn't make perfect contact with the wheel. It's out a little bit. So there were even instructions to put like a little shim, something in between to make it just engage with the wheel a little bit better. So I've got this soundproofing kind of foam stuff. I just cut a square off. It's a peel and stick thing. Just to give it a little more height. And I'm pretty happy with what it looked like on the other side. So I figure we'll do that here. Trim that up a little bit. So I'll just give it a little bit more height. Zip size 2 holes. Shorter side down, good. Now this is making like a lot more contact. So it's a little tighter of a squeeze, but I still think ultimately that's better than what I had. And the idea is to this just needs to get grass and gunk off the wheel before it hardens on there. Feed that through. Feed that through. Because what we were seeing, and what I was seeing is, once it was hardened on there, like the dirt and debris, whatever it is, it would be so compacted so fast that you needed to really scrape it with a screwdriver to get it to come off. And that's what we're talking about, where if you're getting debris like that caked on there, and then the tight tracks are forcing it to be caked on there, just makes your tracks tighter until they snap. Or the wheel that drives them snaps. Or anything in the line. Ooh, I like this one better. This one's working much better. I'll show you once I get it zip tied all the way. This seems to fit a little better. Apologize for standing in front of the camera. But this is a two-handed job. Come on. Yeah, that's nice and tight. Okay, that's on there. Nice and snug. I wonder if I can. Alright, that'll do. So, now you can see The wheel scraper is on both sides of the wheel. When it spins up, it's wiping the wheel. This is when it's driving forward. When it drives in reverse, oh, it almost wants to go. There it goes. Now it flips down to the bottom direction. Wipes the wheel back to forward. So that's the way it's supposed to work. Now the wheel is still really lubed up, and I can see a lot of the lube is coming off there. I think once that's kind of gone, on my other side the flap was staying up even when I went in reverse. But either way. Okay, so now we're just going to put the track on, and then this baby's ready to go. So again, I have this wheel pushed all the way forward. Oh, not quite. Okay, now it's all the way forward. We just kind of try and get it on. And wiggle it. That's good. So it's on there now. And this really should spin freely. So once I get the track tightened up a little bit, we'll see that. So now I'm just going to kind of have at it with this guy. And just retightening. Again, this is a 6mm Allen key. As I tighten it, you'll see the wheel is pulling back. We're going to get it about where we want it. Okay, so let's move on for pretty freely now. Still very loose. Too loose. I guess I went too tight. I'm still really loose. It's not far off from where I want it. I like to run mine to the point where you would say it's too loose. And then I tighten it just a little bit. So this is about what I want. For me, I want the teeth of the track to touch this metal when I push down on it. And it should be able to touch the metal base in there. With the side track on, side cover, it makes contact easily. That's how I want mine. Now, if you saw before, what will end up happening is I need to tighten the inside screws. And as soon as I do that, it's like it straightens this wheel out, pulls it back a little bit, and it causes it to get tighter. So with it as loose as it is, and I want it to be about that loose, I'm going to give it another I'm going to loosen it half a turn. Full turn. No, half turn. Lots of play now, but once I tighten that up, it's going to tighten up, I'll tell you. So back to the T.5 bit. And it's getting cold. Still never ate dinner either. I don't know if there's even anybody still here. I went over this before on the other side. You can see it. Go back in the video. But essentially, there's 4 screws on the inside here. We want to start by tightening the inside ones first, then the outside ones. We're only going to tighten it with a screwdriver by hand. I don't want to use a ratchet and over tighten it, because then it really sucks that wheel in too tight and it'll cause issues where the track can rub and things like that. You might hear the clicking noises. So I'm going for basically as tight as I can get, given that I'm working in a tight space. So it's not like I can get my whole hand on the screwdriver and really torque it down. Then that's when it would be too tight. I'm kind of doing this fingertips only. I'm going for, you know, essentially as tight as I can get it. Ooh, light turbo. So I'll just show you. I did the 2 inside screws first. And I'll just show you what the difference of the track thickness is. Should be similar to what I have on the other side. Okay. Well, that's going to do it. Oh, yeah, I guess. Right. They can still make contact. Got to push down a little harder so we can contact there. Pop this on and then we'll call it. So again, line up the circles with these circles. And there's a front and a back edge. And we're going to start with the bottom teeth first. You kind of feel it pop into place. It's not clipped on at the top yet. So now I'm going to bend this down and kind of, that goes up and on. And it goes up and on. And now they're in place. That's the way I want it. So, thanks again for anybody who hung out. Feel free to post some comments either on the Facebook live stream or once it's uploaded to YouTube. And happy Lymowing, I guess. We'll leave it on that. So have a good night, everybody.